Well, good morning everyone. It's just gone 9 o'clock, so we'll resume the hearing of submissions on Plan Change 1, the part of that plan change that deals with heritage matters. Just before we turn to our first submitter this morning from the reporting team, anything for us? Panel members, any questions for the reporting officers before we hear from the first submitter?
I did have one, I'll just find it.
Yeah.
Kia ora team. We did a drive around yesterday and just had a question about 62 Queen Street. The evidence said that they have a permit for demolition, and when we drove past we saw scaffolding and a re-roof sign. So could we please just have the status of what's happening with that building?
Yeah, so maybe if the officers could liaise with the building owner and just see if you can provide us with an update on what the current intentions are with that dwelling and what's happening there. Yep, and that can be as part of the reply, or if you get an answer before the reply, then just let us know by way of email to Jenny, our hearings administrator. That'd be helpful. And just one question from me when I was just going back over the 42A report. It deals with three matters, obviously the matters of which buildings should or should not be added to the heritage schedule, which we've been dealing with in the hearing yesterday. Deletion of 22 buildings from the heritage schedule of character contributing buildings only if they're included for scheduling, so that's reasonably straightforward. But there was a third item that said adding provisions to manage the development of proposed scheduled heritage buildings in any zone chapters that do not yet contain these provisions, e.g. Dunedin Hospital Zone. And I can't recall seeing that discussed in the 42A report, and was just curious if that's still part of what we're dealing with in this hearing, or will that come later?
So that was within the scope of Plan Change 1, but there were actually no submissions to do that, so there's nothing to consider. Yeah.
Okay, so we can just forget that part of it for now. All right, that's good. Thanks for clarifying that. Now, the first submitter on our list this morning is Mr. Vaughan Malkin. And Mr. Malkin, just come up and sit yourself down there. And some friendly staff member will explain to you how the microphones work. You done that? Oh, very good. Push the button, that's right.
Right.
So, Mr. Malcolm, you've taken the time to prepare a written statement for us, which we do appreciate. Are you happy if you just read that out to us, and then we'll see if we have questions?
I can read it. I think it's like a minute read if you just wanted to read it yourselves, but I can read it if you like.
Would you prefer for us to read it ourselves?
If you like, I would be happy with that.
Okay, we'll read it, and when we've done that, we'll see if we have questions for you.
That's fine.
Excellent. All right, we've read that. Thank you very much. We'll see if we have questions for you, Councillor Barker.
Oh, does Mr Malcolm want to speak as well? Do we need to ask that?
Yeah, do you wish to add anything verbally at this stage, or are you happy if you just bounce into questions?
With what I've done, I mean,
Yes.
it was just a paraphrase of my original submission.
Yes. Okay. Questions?
You can call me Vaughan.
Vaughan. Kia ora, Vaughan. Thank you for your submission, and that was very interesting, and thank you for the Lagoima request, which I hadn't seen before, so that's very interesting. I just I saw that you were talking about the Heritage Fund on there, and did you submit during the long-term plan on the Heritage Fund? Okay, yeah. When you answer, you just need to push the. It's just because they are recording it, so yeah. And we did I shouldn't say a drive-by, a look at the building yesterday, and I just wonder about the. Are you talking about the outside of the interior, because a lot of the photos are of the interior but not necessarily a lot of the outside of the building. So if the panel are in mind to protect the exterior of the building, is there a way that you feel about that, or are you just that you don't want the building protected at the moment because of the things that you brought up, like the value, the insurance, etc.?
I mean, those are issues which everybody agrees are issues for building owners. And the main thrust of my rebuttal, I suppose, is that I'm looking for the concrete evidence that links to a heritage significance for Dunedin. And I appreciate that the team went to a lot of work to try and provide some context and background there, but I don't believe they're joining the dots to that. And I sometimes wonder if there isn't a sort of a cross-purposes thing going on here, that we have a tool to make a house special in some sense, but it's not a heritage. I don't feel it's like heritage in the sense of heritage as we commonly understand it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughan, for your... I'm just going to speak specifically to what you did here, and it's the third to last paragraph on the second page where you talk about the RMA and the Local Government Act, Section 82. So Section 82 is the special consultative process. Just had to go back and make sure that's what you were referring to. And in that there is the concept of natural justice, which is the communication and sharing of information. You're touching on something which has come on a couple of other submissions as well. Do you feel that your ability to contribute to the assessment of the house was robust?
I think in terms of being able to supply a written submission, and I had one meeting with the team, I got to do that. But the mechanism of the scheduling process and how the assessment was going to be conducted is a black box, which only my Information Act request kind of revealed the detail of that, which surprised me. I don't know why the council can't do this as a conversation. It's literally it should be a conversation with the building owner. It doesn't have to be this 2 or 3 opportunities to say something and then we'll make a decision. That's a very paternal way of looking at things. We wouldn't do that if we were consulting on something to do with Maori or iwi issues. We would take a far more enmeshed approach to that and consider that this person had what they had to say had equal weight. So I'm still open to being convinced by a logical argument here. It's just that the council hasn't really taken me up on that.
Thanks, I think that's pretty clear from what you said. Thank you.
And Mr. Malcolm, I don't have any questions of clarification for you. Your written submission, as you say, summarises what we understood your concerns to be, so thank you for that. And the concerns that you've expressed to us this morning are shared by a number of submitters we're hearing from, so we are getting pretty consistent themes coming through. So we appreciate that, and we'll be giving some serious consideration to the issues that you've raised. So thank you very much for coming in.
Chair, can I ask one more question?
Absolutely.
You alluded to conversation, and I think we all agree that the objective here is to protect heritage value over time. And I guess I've been asking myself a question, and I just want your feedback on this. When a building is built, when it's brand new, it won't have heritage value at the start because it's brand new. But over time, either it's unique in some way or another, and at some point it develops that value. So there's a continuum. What do you think about the idea that it's probably a step of steps to which it gains value, and that this one is the high point at which we've agreed in a community-wide situation that has now gained enough value that it needs community protection? I'm looking at your house and its age and think about is there potential that there's a step in between? And I think that's what you're alluding to, is that it's worthy of protecting. It is well on its journey to becoming one of those pieces of architecture, but maybe hasn't quite reached it yet. And yet there's either no protection or full protection.
Yeah, I think that's pretty insightful, actually, that what we have is a kind of black or white choice here. And as I said, I've never disagreed that the building has architectural merit. And I have a sneaky suspicion that that's what's caught the eye of the heritage team, and they see that. But the only thing we've got is scheduling at the end. And I would agree that there is probably a way you could look at a building and say, we think this is interesting and special, and that, yeah, actually this is a process that can take place over time. Yeah, I think that's a perfectly valid way of looking at that.
And that will be a question I'll ask of staff in their reply about whether or not there's any activity that could be done at an earlier stage which gives a sort of heads towards partial protection, identifies the value, but doesn't go all the way to full.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next submitter on my list is Andrew Sims. So good morning and welcome, Mr. Sims. I see that you've submitted in support of a number of the buildings that the officers have proposed for scheduling, so we look forward to hearing from you this morning. And you just need to push the little button so your red light comes on and then we can hear what you're saying.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the panel members. Thanks for this opportunity. So, yes, as you correctly identified, I am here to speak in support of what you're trying to achieve here today. I'm the 5th custodian of Islington, which is just behind you there. That was moving in day in 1912. When I moved into Islington, or in fact as it stands now, Islington has 13 protected trees that I can't prune, but I could knock the house down. And that never really made a lot of sense to me. And so I really welcome this move by the council to protect both Islington and other similar age, similar structure houses on the Taieri. I acknowledge that everybody's situation is different, and that when I bought Islington in 2003, I went in with my eyes open that this day may come, but that people with a mid-century modern house that find themselves suddenly captured by this process might have got a surprise. So I can only speak for, I guess, people that see themselves in a similar position to me. I think the proposal from the council to protect the outside envelope of the building is very realistic. I think that is what needs to be protected, are the streetscapes and the feel and the look of Dunedin. And that certainly then doesn't preclude me putting a new kitchen in or doing alterations inside that I need to do. I really urge you not to be dissuaded by people who are objecting to the very outcomes that council is seeking, and that is the stopping of the destruction of Dunedin's built heritage. But I do want to then make a plea for a little bit of leeway, and I brought bits of my house with me today. So Islington, when it was built, as you can see from that photograph, I've bought a brick. I've been tempted to bring a brick to council presentations before, but never have. That's a Marseille tile, and that's what's on that roof when it was built. that's a brick, which is what those chimneys are made of. If that brick falls on that tile, it's going straight through there, and the next thing it's going to hit is my daughter in her bed. And that is why we made a decision in 2019 to replace the roof with standing seam zinc. Now that's an offcut. Standing seam zinc has been used for over 150 years, so that house could have had that roof on it from the start. We plane braced the entire structure with 19mm ply, and then this standing seam zinc is put on the top. So that's had the effect of a significant earthquake strengthening of the building, but also of preventing the chimneys coming through the roof, as we saw in Christchurch. So we have very graphic examples of houses very similar construction to Islington that simply fell to bits in the Christchurch earthquake, and we certainly weren't prepared to take that risk. So what I would urge, and there's probably more to the team here, but that leeway for safety and earthquake strengthening remains on the table, and also for energy efficiency. So double glazing within existing casement windows, that sort of thing, has to be allowed within what you're trying to do here. Just the last points that I'd like to make are, and this might be outside the scope of these hearings, but I think you really need to work hard to remove anything that is counterproductive to what you're trying to achieve. And I give some examples of that, of perhaps the repurposing of heritage buildings into, say, apartments, and then the owners then copping 10 times development contributions for doing that work. I was embroiled. We owned. I bought John Ferry's house in Norfolk Street and converted into accommodation, visitor accommodation, and we were captured in 2008 or 9, I think, when the council decided it'd be a really good idea to commercially rate those buildings and put about 6 similar places out of business overnight. I think there are other opportunities in Dunedin for residential homes that are close to the centre of the city to be repurposed into commercial buildings, but I think again the council should look carefully about how it approaches that to try and encourage that to happen, as opposed to dissuade it by slapping commercial rates on them once they've done it. There should be some mechanism to possibly allow that to not happen. The last point I'd like to make is regarding the Lookout Point fire station. So I grew up as a little boy in Dunedin, and like a lot of little boys, fascinated with fire stations and fire engines and firemen. I consider that building to be an important, it's part of what makes me recognise that I'm home in Dunedin when I see the Lookout Point fire station. I watched the FENS presentation, and to them the Lookout Point fire station has land value less the considerable cost of demolishing that building. So I think if we proactively looked at a situation like that and said the fire station doesn't need to be there, it's only land value less the cost of demolition, perhaps there's something that the council can get involved in either rezoning land or repurposing land, or encouraging FENS to actually relocate that fire station, and then look at what we can do to encourage somebody to repurpose that building. And again, that goes back to my point about the heritage contributions. If somebody looked at the accommodation block that's attached to that fire station and thought, I can turn this into 10 apartments, don't smack them with 10 development contributions. Allow them to apply allow them to apply that money towards strengthening the building and doing what they need to do to repurpose it. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
No, that's very interesting. Thank you for that. I'll see if we have any questions. Councillor O'Malley, start with you.
Thank you. Thanks, Andrew. I'll start with the fire station and go backwards, I guess. So the FENS presentation, basically, we're more or less looking at the liabilities they would have in maintaining that building and achieving the outcomes they were looking for, and they were saying that the actual siting of the building at the top of the hill there on Lookout Point is very relevant to the function that they're performing in traffic response to traffic accidents. I guess I looked at that building and wondered, and it currently has a right to demolition sitting on it, so that, and it was kind of alluded to yesterday, that if we classify that building, it'll be on the ground within months. And it gets back to kind of actually the question I asked just in the previous presenter. They own a building which has high social value, and I agree, that's the first thing you see as you go over Lookout Point. It's the one thing that draws your attention off the road, which maybe is a dangerous thing. So it's clearly got high value, high traffic in front of it, high public visibility, a lot of public recognition to go with it, but it doesn't fit the functionality of a fire station anymore. If we slap the protection on it, I'm almost certain it will result in its demolition. So we're caught in a quandary position here as a committee. And I'm tempted to wonder whether or not, and I think you were alluding to it then, if we can have an arrangement with a conversation over the next 5 years under that demolition certificate of what are they going to do with that building to make sure that the bits that we all recognise are protected and saved while they try to achieve their outcomes. And as you pointed out, potentially moving up the road another 100 metres probably wouldn't take the functionality out of what they want to do. So is that kind of where you think, because we're only got one option here, yes or no, and then a recommendation at the end. I guess I don't want to preclude my decision making, but my indication is to say that we probably won't protect it because it probably will result in its demolition. So we'll probably, I'm not saying we will yet, but we probably will go to a place where we might. If we did that, would the follow-up be then that you would expect FENS and interested parties to talk about what they can do to avoid its demolition going into the future?
I think the scenario that you've painted there, Jim, is precisely how I see it, looking at it very much from the outside, that there is land around there that could serve the purpose of being a fire station, which gives them exactly the same functionality. What they've got at the moment is the value of the land they own, the underlying land that they own, less maybe $250,000 to pull it down. So, unless they're going to be completely bloody minded about it, I would have thought that if the incentive existed for them to have a clear piece of land somewhere else close by, then that's, what's their incentive then to demolish what they've got? And I think there's some social licence and community involvement in that decision as well, that I would expect a significant amount of pushback from the community towards FENS if they were going to do that unnecessarily.
And then I want to get on to costs. You mentioned you have scheduled trees on your property. Now, if you want to do anything with those scheduled trees and you need a consent to do it, there's no consent charge for a scheduled tree activity. And there is a number of charges that are not number of consent requirements that are not required to be charged for under a heritage building, but not certain ones like additions and alterations. So if you end up with a heritage building, you can be exposed to if you go to that activity, you can be exposed to consents that you're required to fulfil for us to meet our objectives, but in fact you're expected to pay for it. And our long-term plan meetings are next week, so anything coming out of this committee will be too late for that hearing. But would you want us to consider writing something in our decision that points to the fact that if we are expecting a higher level of control over a house, which requires consents to be done, it might be unreasonable for us to then expect the landowner who's now put under those controls to also fund the consents as well?
I think I understand your point. I think that would only apply to consents that were specifically needed because it was a heritage structure, not you want to put a new kitchen and you've got to get consent, so does everybody else. So I think unique costs, a bit like the trees. I mean, but just the point that I'd make to that, I get a great deal of comfort from the fact that those trees are protected. And I will draw a great deal of comfort from knowing that Islington has heritage protection. That means that the house and the trees will survive come what may, well after I've gone, and I get a degree of comfort from that. So I don't see the imposition perhaps that others see.
Kia ora, Andrew. I just want to ask a question. I think you brought up and I guess it's a little out of scope, but it's also looking at some of the stuff that Councillor O'Malley was talking about you mentioned about the energy efficiency of a building, and I'm thinking in one of something I read was about the embodied carbon of some of these buildings as well. And I just wonder, looking through zero carbon lens. If you think that we haven't necessarily considered that in our policies around heritage buildings and protecting them as well, that's way out of scope. But I just wondered, because you brought up the energy efficiency and the double glazing, about whether that's an important factor in some of what we should think about considering.
Certainly, I just I think leeway has to be given to efforts that people are making to save energy. You already feel guilty enough living in a house like that in respect to the lack of efficiency, and there's only so much that you can do. But having re-roofed and double glazed a significant part of Islington, it made a massive difference. With the Marceau tile roof on it, had the thermal properties, in fact less thermal properties than a tent. So what I'm saying is that I think there should be support for people coming and wanting to do things that are going to give those. Certainly not advocating people put aluminium windows in old houses, because that's crime number one, but I think allowing that, and some of it will require the council to relax some rules around the thermal efficiency of renovations as well. So and I think just we need to have some planning rules, or certainly some direction to planners to say, look, if people are trying to do the right thing here, don't knock them back, because it's not going to quite meet the code.
And my other question was just about your written submissions, where you talked about a couple of Mosgiel buildings. There was the Holy Cross College, and I can't find the page of the other one. Would you like just to speak a little bit about your submission and the support for the buildings and that you recommended specifically?
Thank you. I thought the team from the DCC did a fantastic job. I learned a lot when I got the summary of my property about who had built it and who had designed it and what had been done. And I'd done a fair bit of research prior to that, so they'd done a much better job than I had. And I also thought they'd done a very good job at identifying those buildings on the Tyree, because we actually haven't got many of them on the Tyree. And those that are there tend to stand out more because of that. And I thought the team had done a great job at those, and I didn't disagree with any of them in respect to what had been identified. And I don't see the loss of value perhaps that others see. I see there's an imposition in owning an old house like that, and you go into it with your eyes open. I don't see this as I think we've got actually far more to gain from this than we have to lose. So I don't see the loss of value that others see, and in respect to the other buildings on the Tyree.
I guess specifically was the Holy Cross College at 93 Church Street, and you submitted on that one about retaining the Holy Cross College on the schedule of protected heritage items and sites, and I just wondered, as a Mosgiel resident, if you just wanted to speak a little bit more about that.
I see that as an important, a similar age, important part of Mosgiel's built heritage, and I understand that the dynamics of a private home versus not commercial use, but a institutional use, if you like. It's a bit like what we're talking about with Fens as well. So then it's a different set of considerations altogether with that. But I once again, I think the community would be horrified if we were to lose that.
I have an envelope question. You said you've replaced the roof, and of course, if you'd done it after the scheduling, you probably wouldn't be able to in that material, but you're arguing that the material is from the same era, so therefore it responds. It's unlikely it would have been done in that because of the way they like to do things in the day, but you would have said that material was there to be used. And it's getting to the culture of preservation, because Ted Daniels is often in my ears about this. A European attitude is that a building may evolve over time, whereas the more of the English attitude is to preserve it as it was built at the time. And that obviously has a very different outcome to these kind of things. What is your thought on that in terms of you've already replaced the roof with a different material and those two cultural approaches?
Thanks, Jim. That's a great question, because it's something that sort of made the hair stand up on the back of my neck a little bit, is that we couldn't have, whether we may not have been able to achieve what we did achieve in terms of strengthening the building and making it safe had we applied to re-roof it after this process. And that's why I'm really appealing for a set of rules that allows that to happen if there's good reason. But the point you made is exactly what we considered when we did it. It could have had standing seam on it when it was built in 1912. So it didn't. It had a mast sail tile roof, but it could have had standing seam zinc. So it was a period feature. We didn't re-roof it with corrugated iron, and it was a work that we did specifically to strengthen the building and to preserve it for the next 150 years. We're not talking about Category 1 heritage protection here, which would say that the tile that came from there's got to go straight back where that tile came from. We're talking about something quite different, I think, and that's preserving the look and the feel and the streetscapes of Dunedin, and I think that should have a softer approach than...
Thing, and staff can confirm this is correct. You talked about double glazing and other such things. I believe that repairs, that thermal activity like double glazing inside the original sashes and putting insulation inside the walls is considered maintenance and is a permitted activity already. Is that correct?
Yeah. Retrofit double glazing of the existing windows is a permitted activity.
Well, Mr. Sims, I think we've had a very good discussion of the issues you brought to our attention, so I'd like to thank you for that, and also thank you for bringing in your building materials. It's been very interesting.
You don't need to bring the brick in.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. So our next submitter is Highgate Presbyterian Parish, John Milnes. Good morning.
I guess to begin with, have people read the submission which we provide?
Yes, so anything that's been pre-circulated to us prior to the hearing we've read, so you don't need to reread any of that, but you're very welcome to speak to that or highlight key points. And if, like some submitters, table documents today, then we're happy for those to be read out to us.
Okay. I have nothing. Sorry, I have nothing extra to table today, but I'll be interested first off in any questions which members of the committee might have, and then following that I'd like to reiterate a couple of points.
Absolutely, that's fine. Sophie, any questions?
More or less, effectively, you're asking for not so much a stay of execution, but the demolition order is always sitting on that building, well, capacity to demolish.
No, it's not. That consent was expired in February this year. It had been extended several times while we went through various legal issues, but the DCC has expired that consent, and obviously if the building is listed, then that consent would be a lot more difficult to reacquire.
Sorry, I was unaware that it had expired. What kind of changes the question then? So now you're caught in a position where, in fact, you were considering demolition as an option, and now if it goes into this, it's completely lost from you, and now you're caught with a building.
Correct.
Right.
That's exactly. Hold on. There we go. The parish had agreed to demolish the building several years ago by a rather large majority, over 80%, but certain people lodged what turned out to be defeated legal appeals against that. But while we worked through all of those issues, the consent expired.
Just on reading your submission, you talk about the about people opposing the demolition order, and it talks about those who are the most vocal in retaining the building are not members of the Highgate Parish, nor do they financially support it. And then you just talk about the costs of their opinions and beliefs have consequently been borne by others, which is contrary to any definition of moral or ethical justice. And I don't know if you were listening before, but Councillor O'Malley brought up about natural justice. And is it, I guess, the feeling of the parish, at the moment that perhaps this process is not necessarily giving you natural justice?
I would largely agree with what you've just said. At the end of the day, the building is owned by the parish. It's owned by the people and the members of that parish. And an external organisation, the Dunedin City Council in this case, is stepping in and removing our autonomy to do what we would like with that building. Now, as the report says, we're in the midst of getting a detailed seismic assessment. We hope to have that within the next month or two, and that will outline the exact state as much as an engineer can give. Now, I don't know if you're aware, but there have been previous reports done on the building which have been desktop exercises based on plans that were incorrect. As we've discovered, these desktop exercises said that the building was either critical structural weaknesses or 95% of code. Now, it's very hard to be both. The plans that they were based on aren't actually the plans that were of the building that were as built, which is what our engineer is finding out for us at the moment. But if the building is listed, it removes our autonomy to dispose or modify or change or repair the building as the owners and the users of that building see fit. Various loud members of the community oppose us doing what we want to the building, but they are not members of the parish. They do not financially support the parish. As I say in my report, they just want a pretty building. Now, we all love pretty buildings, but at the end of the day, somebody has to pay for them, and their will is being imposed on the people who own this building and financially support it, and that does not seem fair.
Can I just check something, which is, I guess I want to check it with the Heritage Advisor. Did the Heritage Fund give some money for a detailed seismic report a few years ago?
Can we confirm that and come back to you?
Not to us.
I'm just asking because I saw I had a flick through last night and I saw a Highgate, because I'm concerned that you're saying that you got some reports and they differ in what the seismic assessment is of the building. Okay,
I've been a member of the Finance and Property Committee of the Highgate building since 2011. And certainly in my time, so that's 14 years, we've not received any funding from the Dunedin City Council. So perhaps prior to that, we have had these desktop reports back in the late 90s. We had another one following the Christchurch earthquake, and then there was another one which we did not solicit that was imposed upon us, given to us in the late 2010s when all of this business started going down.
You touched on the rights of ownership and the users for the building, and then the community request, maybe I'm trying to find the right word, for this building as they drive by it, and the balance between the two. Now, we're moving to deliberations after these hearings are finished, and we'll be considering a lot of the evidence, and I guess one of the things that I may be considering is the burden on the owner against the community interests. Are you basically coming to say that that burden is actually quite substantial, if not even huge, compared to the community interest?
Well, let's take a step back from that. I mean, you raised some excellent points there. The building was built by the Presbyterian Church. It was built for the Māori Hill Parish. It is owned by the Māori Hill Parish through the Synod of Otago and Southland and the Otago Foundation Trust Board. The Māori Hill Parish, Batch, would like to be able to reuse the hall, not the brick structure, the older structure, but the church halls. But we cannot, because at the moment our best advice is that those gables will fall down and crush the hall. Now, that's obviously not ideal. What we would like is to retain the autonomy within the parish to dispose of or alter those buildings as we, the parish, the owners and the users and the people who financially support the building would like, how we believe that our future should develop. Now, if a heritage listing is applied to that building, we would be faced with either increased costs to bring it up to code, because there would be heritage listing for it, or if we were to sell it, we would be trying to sell an unreinforced masonry building, which we know do not perform well in earthquakes and any form of seismic event, plus one with a heritage listing on board. Now, I think I call that a double whammy in my report. It really would be. And if we are forced into a situation like that, especially for a parish which wishes to remain in Māori Hill, we would be moving from a site that we already own with a building in terms of the church halls that we want to use and reoccupy, having to sell that at substantial discounts to try and find another site within the same area to rebuild, which seems more than a little absurd when we already own that site. We are not opposed to strengthening that building or retaining that building if that is the will of the parish and within our financial resources. But with a heritage listing that has been placed on it, it does somewhat reduce our ability to develop that site or do what we would like to.
All right, thank you very much. You said that I don't have any further questions or clarification for you. I think we've had some good discussion of the issues you've raised, but you said you'd like to make some key points.
Yeah, I've made one of them already, which is surrounding the use of the site and the wish of the parish to retain its freedom of action within that. The other key point which I'd like to raise is around the Resource Management Act, which is being used by the Dunedin City Council for these heritage listings. And we know that the Resource Management Act is being reviewed. We know that it is likely to be replaced. And we know from the Ministry of Environment that on those two the two proposed pieces of legislation, they are removing heritage provisions from them entirely, because heritage will be dealt with under the already existing New Zealand Puhare Taonga Act. It does seem strange that you are relying on a piece, or the Dunedin City Council here is relying on a piece of legislation which they know is about to be removed. They know it is about to be modified, that the powers that they are using will no longer be within that act, rather than using the Heritage New Zealand Puhare Taonga Act and working through Heritage New Zealand, which takes a very different approach to these sorts of issues rather than imposing by dictate. I think that may be the only other point I wanted to make. Future development, importance. Yes, that's the only other point I wanted to make. So are there any further questions around anything I may have mentioned there?
Oh, look, just a comment from me in terms of the current coalition government's indicated RMA reforms. That's been raised by submitters yesterday as well. And what I said in response to that is that we've been engaged or appointed as a hearing panel to make decisions on the submissions that have been received, and we need to do that under the current law as it stands. So we can't prejudge what the coalition government may or may not do in the future. And as you'll be aware from the previous government, when Labor brought in an RMA reform, it was promptly revoked by the next incoming government, and we reverted back to what we currently have now. So I guess what I'm saying, the law is what it is at the moment, and that's what we operate under, and in the future, should the law change, then there'll be a different set of operating parameters that any hearing panel would have to operate under, but we just need to live with the law as it currently stands.
I accept that.
Yeah. All right, well, Mr. Milnes, thank you very much for coming in and making your presentation and for your pre-circulated material. We do appreciate it.
Absolutely no problem. Thank you.
Next submitter by Zoom is Mr. David Petheridge, who's coming to us from across the oceans.
Hello.
Yes, it's morning here, so I'll say good morning. I suppose it's not morning where you are, but can you hear us?
Kia ora, I can hear you, and yes, good evening from London.
Great. Well, thanks very much for accommodating our time frames. We do welcome you, and we look forward to hearing what you wish to present to us.
Thank you. Well, it'll be a very short presentation. I just thought I would take the opportunity to back up the submission that I made in relation to my family's property, which is to say that we're in support of it having this status granted to it. And as the panel might be aware, we went a little bit further than just accepting the proposal, but also suggesting that the interior of the house was of significance as well, and that should also be covered in the submission, which I think the assessors, having seen the property, agreed to. So we're very pleased that there's that external but also internal preservation order on the property. We would also, because we think it's such a unique location geographically, for people who are aware of the site, it's on a rocky promontory which was previously a quarry, so it has sheer cliffs around it, and it's kind of a bit of a landlocked island, affording amazing views of the hills and the city, and also makes it quite a landmark from various points in the city. You see the house very clearly. So I know that's not covered by the district plan, but my intention would be to, I understand there's an organisation called, is it QE2, that does look at marking land as significant and worthy of protection, because it is quite a sizable garden, and were we to sell it, we would like for it not to be subdivided, because I think the integrity of the house is very much about its relationship to the land around it. I did make a comment in my submission once we had digested things about having some leniency in relation to the kitchen area. But having spoken to some of the one particular DCC staff member, I felt reassured that built into the plan there is a kind of room for an understanding that buildings need to maintain their relevance and need to be fit for purpose. And obviously, its purpose is a family home. So I feel that no special concessions need to be made, actually. I'm happy for the protection as it's been worded to be what we agree to. The kitchen's a really difficult one because it is one of the most intact rooms in the house, and of course it's not usual to have a kitchen substantially unchanged for 80 years, so it is how it was originally conceived and designed. So we would be loath to change it, but we're also aware that some of those decisions were the home not to stay in the family, that might be a discussion for other people in relation to the district plan. So that was all I wanted to say, really. We haven't made any decisions about whether we're keeping or selling the house, but it was absolutely my mother's wish that the house have some sort of protected status, and it's certainly mine as well. So I'm in support of the submission.
Thank you very much for that. That's very helpful. I just wanted to double check with you. The wording that the officers have recommended to us in terms of the nature of the protection is on page 116 of the report, the section 42A report. Have you had a chance to look at that actual wording, and can you confirm that you're happy with it?
Would you, because I don't have it to hand, I was trying to find the various documents that I have had sight of at some points. But I don't have it to hand. Is it possible for you just to read it out to me?
It's quite long, so what I'll do is I'll ask the officers just to cut and paste those words out into an email and to email that to you. And if you can just respond to the officers and just confirm whether or not you're happy with that precise wording, that'll give you time to think about it as well. How does that sound?
That's fine. Yes, please.
Right.
That would be very helpful. Yeah.
Okay. We'll see if we have any.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll just see if we have any other questions for you.
Yeah.
Just one confirmation from the staff. You mentioned the grounds, and also you mentioned the QE2 covenant. This protection of the house has no impact on anything in protection of the grounds, does it?
Are you asking me?
Oh, sorry, no, it's a question I'm asking the staff. Sorry, you probably.
I can't see anything but a map. I can't. So that's all I'm seeing on my screen. So,
oh, sorry, you can't see our room. Sorry.
No, I can't see. No.
Sorry, no, the proposal is just for the house. There are rules in the plan that if the property was to be subdivided, then the house has to be considered, that there's sufficient curtilage around it, but there's no formal protection.
There's no formal protection of the property. So I'm just the feedback to you that, and now my next question is, if there was a QE2 covenant on the property, would that offer protection?
Under QE2 for gardens.
Thank you.
Probably should have answered that, but QE2 covenants aren't necessarily straightforward to obtain. They have quite high standards, and they're very much focused on protecting native indigenous vegetation.
So there may not even be a mechanism. Well, presumably can an owner put a caveat?
An owner can put a covenant on their property.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. All right. Look, Mr. Petherbridge, I'm very sorry that you haven't been able to see us and that you've just been staring at a map. I didn't realise that was the case because you're alive and well on our screen, so I apologise for that. But I would like to thank you very much for appearing in your evening and look forward to your response to the email that the staff are going to send you with that actual wording. So thank you.
Thank you. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. Bye.
And adjourned until our next submitter at 10:45 or earlier if we are able. Everyone will resume the hearing of submissions on Plan Change 1, and at this stage we're hearing from Mr Conrad Anderson. So good morning and welcome. There's a little button on the bottom of your microphone, any one of those microphones. If you just push that, when your red light's on, we'll be able to hear you. So thanks very much for coming in this morning. Anything that's been pre-circulated prior to today, we've read that, so you don't need to read it out loud to us, but we welcome anything you wish to say to us this morning, and other than that, over to you.
Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to apologise for my dress. I had quite a rush this morning, so apologies for that.
That's quite all right.
So, in terms of 127 North Torrey Road, I'd like to begin by confirming that I'm not a heritage expert or an engineer, and any heritage or engineering comments I make are to be taken as lay comments. I have just one page of notes to read out.
Great, thank you.
In terms of the RMA, I would like to make the following observations. The purpose of the RMA is to promote the sustainable management of natural and physical resources. Sustainable management, number 2, sustainable management is defined as the use, development and protection of resources in a way or at a rate which enables people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and for their health and safety, while avoiding, remedying or mitigating any adverse effects on the environment. Number 3, Section 6 of the RMA lists matters of national importance, which includes the protection of historic heritage. Number 4, historic heritage is defined as those resources that contribute to the understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and cultures. I don't believe the subject building is overly relevant in terms of contributing to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and cultures. I note the Section 42A report does not go that far, and further, no other person or organisation has made a submission on this building or to that effect. In terms of sustainable management, this requires consideration of economic factors. In that regard, I note the roof is in a poor state of repair, and the owners have had an initial price guide of $550,000 to $680,000 plus additional costs to re-roof. And I've got a copy of an email to hand out for your reference.
That'd be good, thank you.
A seismic assessment has also been completed for the building. It is in draft form. Thank you. It is in draft form. And it suggests that additional work will be required before the building can reach a 35% NBS score, or before that score can be confirmed. Sorry, I didn't have time to print that report today, but I will email it into Council for the panel's review.
Okay, thanks.
I do note that the report is in draft, but the 35% NBS is conditional on work being undertaken. What it does do is it highlights that the building is at the low end of the NBS scale. And truly, I hate to think of the engineering costs that would likely to result from works on this building. In addition to the roof costs and the low earthquake rating, the building is currently vacant with no economic use in the foreseeable future. Even if the building was made functional, any income is unlikely to make economic sense. In terms of the building setting, yes, it is a prominent site, but largely associated with passing traffic. It is not a visual landmark by being set on a ridgeline or within the CBD. In fact, the site is adjacent to a busy intersection, which results in a low amenity due to the vehicles braking and accelerating at the adjacent traffic lights. Overall, it is considered that the building has limited, if any, sustainable future. And by protecting the building, you will actually make the land resource unavailable for a sustainable use. That outcome does not align with the purpose of the RMA. And that's the end of my submission.
Thank you very much for that. Just to let you know, we did a site visit yesterday, which included the building in question. So I'll just see if we have any questions for you. Councillor Barker, any questions?
Thank you, Kia ora, Conrad. I just had a question around the seismic assessment. So it said it wasn't at 35%, but did it give you a number where it's at before? It's because you sort of said, oh, it would reach 35 if some work was done. So is there a number about where it's at the moment? You need to push the...
I will circulate the seismic assessment. It is in draft form, and to be honest, it isn't in a format that's particularly helpful in terms of that question. It effectively says additional work will bring it up to 35%. It doesn't say what its current rating is.
Right.
Just want to ask a question about the visual landmark, because we drove out and looked at it yesterday, and it appears that you can see it from quite a wide distance when you're driving and walking. So I just want to tease that out a little bit. How would you define a visual landmark?
I'm not a heritage expert, but my understanding is that churches usually had a high visibility due to their height and their location, which made them stand out against usually a very low backdrop. This site sits within a valley, and it's seen effectively as you're heading north, a residential setting. As you're heading south, it's a little bit more difficult to see, but it's got a semi-residential commercial because you've got Roslyn sitting behind it. But it doesn't have that prominence of a tall spire as being a landmark. Yes, it's visual, but it's not a landmark.
Jim, any questions?
I don't really know if this one's relevant to our decision making or not, but you're pointing out that the church itself is sitting in an environment where you've got, there's cableways, I assume, is that cableways in the background there? And you've got the other commercial activities up on Kaikoura Valley, and it's a very, very busy intersection in that area. So are you making the point then that the current environment is in, like the receiving environment is in fact quite commercial and not related to the original activity of the church?
Correct. So it's both got a commercial setting with cableways, etc., but also because of its sitting on the corner and adjacent to traffic lights. Let's be honest, it's a noisy environment that has a low amenity.
May or may not have an effect on its actual architectural value. But my question next is, you said the building is currently not occupied, and would the owners, even if they were able to fix it, be able to reoccupy it, or would they reoccupy it, do you know?
The current owners wouldn't reoccupy, no.
Well, thank you, Mr. Anderson. No further questions or clarification from me. Are you going to speak to another building as well? Thank you.
Are you happy for me to continue?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. 93 Church Street in Mosgiel. Once again, I'd just like to confirm I'm not a heritage expert, and any heritage comments I make are lay comments.
Yep.
Once again, this building is not in public ownership. It was built for a purpose, but is no longer used or required for that purpose. It is partially tenanted, but it's fair to say not at commercial rates, which infers that the building currently has no sustainable use. The proposal to list the building attracted 2 submissions, or one from the DCC, which was effectively a correction, and one from a member of the public. That would suggest that while it is a large building, there's limited public interest in it. Recently, the building was granted a certificate of compliance relating to the removal of the building. I think that planning setting is important, as it provides the expectation that this building will be removed within the next 5 years. And I'd like to suggest to the panel that the best way to seek to protect this building is, and I realise this is quite ironic, is by not listing it, as that will provide additional time for the future of the building to be considered. And end of submission.
When we did our site visit yesterday, and we kind of drive around within the grounds of the area, but precisely which buildings are we referring to here? I know there's a brick structure, there's a wooden structure. Can you just clarify for us what we should be looking at?
It's all of the buildings apart from the Vernon Chapel.
Yeah. Do you have, or do the officers have a plan where they could shade, or we already got that, a plan showing which buildings are the subject of the proposed scheduling?
We can get you one, yes, no problem.
Yeah, that'd be great. All right, now any other questions from panel members? Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks, Conrad. Mr. Chair, you've raised a point that's been raised in a number of, like 3 or 4 of them now, where there's a demolition consent sitting there, and they've all raised the very same point. And so you are saying to us that if it was to be listed, the perverse effect would be that the church would probably accelerate the demolition.
Correct, but I'll just make the clarification that the owner, which may change.
Yeah.
And therefore your feedback to the panel is to request that it doesn't get listed, so that then the dialogue can be put forward ahead of the stage of execution to try to make sure it doesn't get demolished. Well, at least have a dialogue to see whether it would or would not.
Correct, because if the building gets listed, then the certificate of compliance for demolition is on a countdown, and anyone who's looking at using the site, may activate that before it expires.
And that's general residential 1 zoning that area, is it? Right.
So I'm not sure.
Got a nod from over there.
This might be a level of detail, but I think you can see in the picture there's a blue plaque. Is that a Heritage New Zealand plaque, do you know? Because I know they put blue plaques on buildings. What I'm thinking about is the 1876 build. Is it 1876? Do I have the year right? Because obviously it's a bit of I can't use the word hodgepodge, a collection of buildings built over different times that probably each have heritage value. And I'm interested that the Verdon Chapel is having money spent on it, and it's not part of the demolition, but I was especially interested, and I don't know if you've got any more information on I'm just trying to find the date of the building, No, that's for sale in 1878. The 1876 building. Do you have any more information on that building in particular? So that's part of the demolition order, is that correct?
Yes, I think that building is the one in the middle of the picture, but I'm not 100% certain.
So you do any of the stuff?
So I understand that the two-storey weatherboard villa in the centre of the photograph there is the earlier 1870s building. I can pull up the heritage assessment because it has the chronology of the development of the site. And in terms of the plaque on the building, I don't have any recollection of what that is, but I'm wondering if my colleague may.
Right. Yeah. Would we be able to get more information on the blue plaque? Because I know that generally that was something that the Heritage Places Trust did, was put blue plaques on buildings that they considered to be of importance, and I don't see that captured in the plan. I'd just like to know a bit more about that.
All right, Mr. Anderson, no further questions from me, but is there anything you'd like to add before we move on to the next submitter? All right, well, thank you very much for coming in, and again, no need to apologise. You're obviously a very fit person, so we, we understand that. Right, our next submitter is Jared Brensell regarding 45 Beach Street. Good morning.
Firstly, apologies, I sent through the submission very late yesterday afternoon. I'm not sure if you had a chance to read it yet.
I don't recall that.
No, that's all right. Yeah, okay. So I'm submitting on behalf of Blue Sky Property 45 Beach Street Limited, but I'll just call them Blue Sky for now.
Yep.
So Blue Sky have a track record of constructing high quality buildings in the around the Dunedin city. Particularly Blue Sky have been
sorry,
providing...
just a minute, could you pause? We've lost the Commissioner.
Oh, she's sitting back.
Oh, okay, sorry. Right.
She knows this.
Oh, that's right, I forgot. Sorry, carry on.
So particularly Blue Sky have been providing the Dunedin city with medium density housing, as a shortfall of this housing has been identified as part of the DCC 2GP Variation 2 process. Blue Sky are developers and buy and sell, or buy sites and sell them after they're developed. So initial negotiations between the current and previous owners started prior to the notification of PC1. As part of the due diligence period, Blue Sky obtained a certificate of compliance for the site, which allows 45 Beach, all buildings to be demolished to ground level. This expires in late 2029, so it had a 5-year period from October. And Blue Sky now own the site and intend to demolish the existing building and develop the site. The demolition and preservation of the pre-1900 part of the building is being undertaken in consultation with Heritage New Zealand. An authority would be required to allow the full demolition of this part of the building. However, only partial removal may eventuate depending on the condition and structure and engineering advice. I think as soon as we get... Do you have a photo in front of you there? No, that's all right.
I've got one up. We've got one up on our laptop.
Yeah, so you'll see the left half of the door to the left when you're looking straight onto it of the front door.
Yeah.
That's the post-1900 edition. So it kind of, if you look at an aerial, it's a little bit easier to see. You see the old main roof, the kind of pictures of the roof, and then you see the envelope around the edge. Yeah, I'm not sure if you have an aerial handy either. Just to give you a bit of a sense of how much is actually pre-1900 as opposed to what's there now. So the post-1900 section of the building can be demolished now as of right with the certificate of compliance, and it's only the pre-1900 that needs to go through the Heritage New Zealand consultation process, which Blue Sky are underway with at the moment. Yeah, they've got a meeting scheduled for Friday the 13th of June to discuss the proposed redevelopment, which is in the early concept stages. So Blue Sky have been working with Mason and Wales for this development, and this aims to respect the history of the site while making use of the site's development potential. We note that if Council were to make the building protected as part of PC1, a subsequent plan change would then be required to remove the building from the schedule once it is demolished and will require unnecessary administration and costs. It is therefore not logical to list the building at this stage. So Blue Sky have done a bit of background work to get to the stage of demolishing the site and redeveloping it. And so total demolition of all buildings on the site was considered appropriate for a number of reasons. The first was they got building reports done for the site before purchasing the section. This concluded the overall condition of the house was very poor, and this is in the context of the average condition of similar buildings of approximately the same age, type of construction and material type. The following areas were viewed as significant faults or defects, a matter which required substantial reports or urgent attention and rectification. So the roof, the structural integrity of the roof, including the timber framing, the degree of borer damage to the subfloor timber wall framing and mid-floor framing, cracking to the plaster and lintels of exterior to the extent of serious structural integrity issues, and the safety of bystanders due to broken glass and upper level windows and damage to window framing, and in fact all timber joinery is in a state that replacement of all joinery would be recommended. So then Blue Sky after that got a subsequent report, and this was to see if the building had a dangerous and insanitary building status. And the assessment involved a walkthrough of the building and a review of the existing building report, and it found pretty much the same thing, and concluded that considering the lack of maintenance and extremely dilapidated state of the structure, the building at 45 Beach Street is considered to be a dangerous building as defined in section 121 of the Building Act. Accordingly, the report recommends that a controlled demolition of the building, which is the safest and most economic way to address the situation. We note that on the property information section of the DCC Heritage Assessment, the condition of the property is noted as not known to be at risk because of the condition. It was therefore included as a scheduled building on that basis, when we've got these building reports now that show quite the opposite. It's in a very, very poor state. The existing building itself, for being one single residence on a general resident and within a general residential one zone, it contains 17 bedrooms. After being upgraded in the very early 1900s, the intended use of the building was a dormitory, and because of this, the post-1900 envelope of the building has been altered substantially to accommodate the extra bedrooms. In 2007, the building was reverted to a single residence after being a dormitory for a long time, and this was for building code reasons, so the site was no longer operating as a commercial activity. In essence, the building is now a 17-bedroom house in St Clair. It was built specifically as a dormitory, but has been converted into a single residence, so it's not really fit for purpose as it is anyway. We also note that in its current condition, the site is a large site which contains a large building. We believe that when considering the 2GP zoning of the site, it is well underutilised in its current form. It could contain multiple habitable units on a single site, and it's kind of the last large site in the kind of area there, which could be developed. So protecting the building on the site would result in one residential dwelling. Protecting the building, would result in one residential dwelling being retained on the site, rather than better utilising the site, which is already favourable for residential development. Would also like to note that there have been a couple of other buildings in the area which have been included in the scheduled heritage list. 62 Norfolk Street and 169 Forbury Road. So these are really different to 45 Beach because they're obviously habitable and function as residential dwellings. So it seems more practical to list buildings like these. I'm not submitting on these buildings, I'm just saying these are probably the buildings that you want to list instead of ones like 45 Beach to retain the character or the character of the area. So overall, Blue Sky have raised several concerns in the submission in respect to the heritage protection provisions proposed by PC1. Blue Sky does not agree that the heritage assessment undertaken by Council. There is already a certificate of compliance obtained for the full demolition of all buildings on the site, which provides certainty regarding the demolition of the post-1900 portion of the building. Discussions with Heritage New Zealand are ongoing concerning the demolition of the pre-1900 section, which are also allowed for by the certificate of compliance. Given these developments, we believe that scheduling the building for protection under the district plan is no longer a practical course of action, as the complete demolition of the building is imminent. And I'd just like to note again that if it were to be protected, this building is all but going to be demolished kind of now, so a plan change would be required to remove it from the schedule after the demolition, which would require unnecessarily administration and costs. Yeah, that's my submission.
Okay, well, it's very comprehensive, thank you. Could you just, would you be able to just send a Word version of your notes through to our hearing secretary? I've just had trouble opening the link.
Yep.
Jim, any questions?
I did get, it was probably because I got a DCC computer. It was 149 pages, is that the one you sent? Yeah. Okay, it's quite a lot of reading too. Yeah, I flicked through it as you were speaking, listening to the two. I want to get to the point of your discussion for the demolition of the right at the very end of your presentation, you said you're having this discussion with Heritage New Zealand, is that correct? What's the nature of that discussion?
I'm not completely sure. I haven't been involved with the discussions, but it is involving the removal of the pre-1900 section, which, as I was saying before, now we've got the aerial, you'll see it's the left-hand side of the door there. Sorry, the right-hand side of the door, that section. That's where what they're talking to Heritage New Zealand about, and I'm not completely sure what the exact nature of the discussions are.
Okay, so it probably isn't much. We can't read. If you're not sure, then we're not sure. So, because I'm trying, why are you having any discussion if you're planning on demolishing the whole building? I guess is my question.
Because you need to consult with Heritage New Zealand for the demolition of pre-1900 buildings. So we are talking about them specifically about the pre-1900 section, because the post-1900 section can be demolished as of right at the moment under the certificate of compliance and without the need to consult Heritage New Zealand. So what we're saying is you could pretty much get rid of half the building right now, leaving the rest. And that would be done under the certificate of compliance.
All right, well, thank you very much. I've now opened the document, so that's good. But I don't have any questions or clarification for you. I understand what you're saying to us this morning, so thank you for that.
Cool, thank you.
Now we're running well ahead of schedule. Our next submitter was scheduled for 12 p.m. Southern Heritage Trust. Were they going to be in person or online, Jenny? All right. And are there any other submitters present this morning who haven't already spoken? No, there don't seem to be. All right, so we're going to be adjourned until we have our next submitter, which is scheduled for 12 p.m. And our hearing administrator will see if we can get them to come in a little bit earlier. So we're adjourned. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's just gone 12 noon, so we'll resume the hearing. And at this stage, our next submitter is the Southern Heritage Trust. So, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. It is afternoon, isn't it? Yes,
Yes.
just. Well, Kieran, thank you. On behalf of the Southern Heritage Trust and also Joe Gaylor, who is really our main speaker, but I'll do my best, and me, the Southern Heritage Trust. So the paper that was forwarded to you is a sort of collection of opinions that the Southern Heritage Trust holds, and also we strongly support Dunedin's heritage. It is the heritage capital. It's totally critical for the future of Dunedin and for tourism, and so we're protecting the heritage character. That's our aim. And we are the heritage capital of New Zealand, and we'll lose that if we lose our streetscape. We're not just protecting individual buildings, it's the whole picture. So demolition by neglect is something we want to draw a lot of attention to, and ways of preventing that. And urban design is important, and modern buildings must fit in. And the listed buildings, we totally applaud that initiative and request as part of this that I think there's a lot of misunderstanding that we hear about with people complaining, and they contact us and say what can be done, and I think the communication needs to be thoroughly worked through in the process of listing, because I think the misunderstanding is rife. And support for owners. So I'm happy to take questions.
All right, thank you very much. We'll see if we have questions for you, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, kia ora, Anne. Just want to ask a question. Some of the owners of the buildings have objected to their buildings being listed and talked about some of the challenges for the buildings, which is the lessening of value if they were to sell them, the amount of cost that they have to restore them and look after them, insurance costs, etc. And some of what we're looking to balance is private property rights and the challenges that are put upon heritage owners. So what does the Southern Heritage Trust, I guess, think about that balance between the community good, public good, and the private owners' rights or responsibilities around their buildings? Or you need to push your button again.
Yeah. It can be complex because it depends on the location and the importance, for the whole streetscape. And I totally understand the cost factor and the resale perspective. So I think there needs to be more communication from council and more collaboration between departments, so that the one goal of sustainability is clearer, and the understanding of the value for the city, so that it's a collective community perspective, the sustainability is critical in many respects because of the Dunedin's future and growth. And we can't expect to retain cultural values, which is an important city vision. And so in terms of economic future, the perspective of Dunedin and promotion, and the city's individual buildings all add up to that perspective. And from an economic, is a perhaps more support and incentive from the council perspective, and more collaboration and communication than exists before notification, before listing. I've got something else. Let me have a look. Oh yes, the actual demolition is part of this. And prior to demolition, there should be, again, it's a communication and incentivisation to look at excuse me, and thoroughly investigate the value of the buildings and what is needed, and boost the assistance and the other factors to help people through the process. And looking at not just money to help, but working through the whole process and looking at the sustainability from the environmental perspective, with the carbon footprint, waste of materials, the cost of demolition, the cost of storage and disposal, and the negative factors of that. And the most sustainable building economically is the one that's standing. That's proven again and again, but I don't think that's fully realised. So more workshops, seminars, to reduce that negativity towards our heritage. Sorry, that's not very well stated, but
yeah, I guess one of the other things that we're finding challenging is when some buildings already have demolition demolition agreements hanging over them, and some of the decisions that we could make could lead to perverse outcomes, because these demolition permits, should we call them, have maybe 5 years on them. So if the panel were to protect something, it might make the owners more keen to tear it down while they still had the demolition permit hanging over them. So has the Trust got any opinion on some of those cases and how the Trust may or may not support them? Oh, you need to push your thing again.
Yeah. One of the big problems is the notification, public notification, and at the moment it's only valid for pre-1900. And I think a previous round of this whole issue approved of the pre-1940, raising that target, which is total sense. And then there's more public awareness of what is going on, and which should be the case. And often the only time we hear of anything that is about to be demolished is from the neighbours or individuals pointing it out. And by then it's too late to really make a difference. So that notification. And I think Southern Heritage Trust would appreciate being informed as part of the cycle. But in terms of solid things you can do, I'll think of them on the way home, no doubt. But financially it's the actual ability for local authorities, I think, should be looked at, from a national level, and include the organisations and the Ministry of Culture and Heritage New Zealand, so that the whole picture is a much more rational, strengthening one.
Any questions, Jim?
I want to touch on your commentary around the pre-1940 rule. That rule actually got struck down in the Environment Court as being out of scope for that plan change. And I think if we did it here, it could be out of scope again. So, but do you want to comment on what you think that was trying to be achieved at that point? Because when I was on that committee, the intention was that a building would be looked at. It wouldn't necessarily get a particular status, but if it had been built before a certain date, the idea was before you just went straight ahead and demolished it, you'd ask, is there anything about this building? That is not going to happen in this round either, but would you like to be considering, is that sort of where some of your Heritage Trusts might be thinking that we've got the obvious buildings and we've got the ones we're discussing here now, and you did mention support and incentive for the owners, which has come up a lot. In a wider term, are you sort of looking to say that there's heritage value out there, you've got different levels of protection, and that you still want at some point in the future that a broader, maybe less dictating or intrusive protection should be sitting out there just for general architecture of a certain age?
Very definitely. I totally agree with everything that you've said. Yeah. And being able to do something about it rather than just talking, from a public point of view, we don't have any power. Yeah. Thank you. And maybe strengthening the process for consent, so that, as you pointed out, that it's not strong enough, and the developers find the loopholes and they can afford to pay a fortune to get it through, because the cost of purchasing just a site, they return that no problem, and there's cost of building.
All right, Jim. So, Ms. Busby, just two questions from me. I understand that the Southern Heritage Trust worked with the council in terms of developing the buildings that have been included in this plan change.
Yes.
Did the Southern Heritage Trust undertake any consultation itself with the owners of the affected buildings?
A few that we were aware of, but it's only when they come and they hear, and because it doesn't come up in the public arena.
No, I was meaning more when the Southern Heritage Trust decided which buildings it thought should be included on the heritage schedule. Did the trust members go out and talk to the owners of those buildings?
No, because they didn't make it on the list. You know, there's a limitation. I think the heritage team, led very, very ably by Mark Maudsley, hasn't got the the resources to follow up and do anything about it.
Yeah.
So the buildings, there were plenty more buildings, and this should be a continuing process.
I work all around New Zealand doing this kind of work for hearings, and there's similar trusts with different names in different parts of the country, and they operate differently. Does the Southern Heritage Trust provide any financial support to the owners of listed buildings?
Help? No.
No.
We're just a smallish trust with all on a voluntary basis. We'll have to find money for anything.
All right, understood. All right, well, that's the end of our questions. Thanks very much for coming in this afternoon.
Right.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, and apologies that we were not better organised with Joe coming. But thank you for listening.
Welcome. So we're now going to hear from Kāinga Ora Josh Neville, who's coming into us over audio visual.
My name is Joshua Neville. I'm the principal planner at Kāinga Ora for the South Island. As described in section 2 of my evidence, I hold a master's degree in geography and have over 11 years of experience in planning and urban development, including within local government. I'm authorised to present this evidence on behalf of Kāinga Ora in relation to its submission number 269 on Plan Change 1.
Mr. Neville, I might, just interrupt. Sorry for being rude. Thank you very much for pre-circulating your written evidence. We've read that, so you don't need to read any of that out loud to us. But if you have, I think you've just provided to us via the Hearing Secretary a summary document. So is it your intention just to take us through that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
just to run through that quickly.
That'd be lovely. Thank you.
So the role and interest of Kāinga Ora, so this is covered in section 3 of the evidence there. We're the largest public housing provider in New Zealand, and in Dunedin we currently manage 1,500 homes and have another 357 households on the current wait list. As per the Kāinga Ora Act, under sections 9 and 24, we're required to ensure our homes are safe, decent and fit for purpose. Redevelopment and renewal and maintenance of our portfolio is essential to meet current and future housing needs. The core position that we hold on 11 Wilkinson Street is that we're opposed to the proposed scheduling of this property as a heritage building. This is not a case of opposing heritage protection in general. We support appropriate evidence-based recognition. However, in this case, the building we feel has not been robustly assessed and fails to meet tests under section 6F of the RMA or the significance thresholds in the 2GP, as well as the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement. On planning concerns, the heritage assessment methodology we feel lacks rigour and consistency, and it appears to be relying on the novelty of this home being the first state house in Dunedin to be occupied, rather than clear architectural, cultural or social significance. We note that no comparative analysis has been provided, and in contrast with examples mentioned in the Section 42A report, like 12 Fife Lane, those underwent nationally recognised assessments and represent actual thresholds for protection. The building itself has been significantly modified, both externally and internally, and it doesn't retain intact heritage features, and nor is it representative of the era. The Section 32A assessment did not adequately consider the cost to Kāinga Ora of imposing this heritage protection either. Our alternative recommendation is that we recommend that 11 Wilkinson Street is not included in Appendix 1.1 of the 2GP Heritage Schedule. Instead, we'd invite the Council to collaborate with Kāinga Ora with a more systematic approach to recognise state housing and the heritage of this in Dunedin. And we note that aligns with the thematic study from 2010 that made a similar recommendation. In conclusion, the proposed scheduling of 11 Wilkinson Street lacks a sound evidential basis. It fails to meet the statutory and policy thresholds in our view, and it imposes an inappropriate burden on Kāinga Ora and our ability to fulfil our public housing mandate. We respectfully request that the panel declines to schedule 11 Wilkinson Street as a heritage item. Ngā mihi, and I welcome any questions.
Great, thank you very much. I'll see if we have questions. Councillor O'Malley, any questions?
Yeah, just wondering how you compare that to 12 Fife Lane in Wellington.
Yeah, certainly. So 12 Fife Lane in Wellington is recognised as the first occupied state house. It was attended with great celebration at the time, and the Prime Minister, as well as the various housing secretaries responsible at the time, helped the inhabitants move their furniture in a great media fanfare. The property at 11 Wilkinson Street didn't have such fanfare associated with it. It was one of a number of homes occupied in that week. And it's not to say that it's not important on a local scale. It's just whether or not that threshold meets the test. Whereas 12 Fife Lane has been recognised as a nationally significant turning point for state housing in New Zealand. It's listed on the Heritage New Zealand register as well. And Kāinga Ora, well, its predecessor organisation, went through a process of purchasing, upgrading and returning that property to its former glory, and has gone through the process of establishing conservation management programs in place of 12 Fife Lane due to its national significance, where we see that quite apart to 11 Wilkinson Street.
Yeah, of course, I'm quite aware of that from my fifth form social studies and geography classes, which the Depression is no longer taught in New Zealand. I guess my point is to the historical point. The place contributes to the understanding of a significant aspect of New Zealand history. And the state housing system was rolled out across New Zealand under that Labour government. And obviously, Fife Lane was the first one in the Wellington area and the first one nationally. But would you not argue, or would you not agree then that potentially every region where the first state house was rolled out would also be an extension of what happened at Fife Lane?
I'd argue against that, saying that that necessarily isn't an appropriate way to recognise the heritage of listing the first home in every area. There isn't a test about local significance, and part of that test for that local significance is to ask the questions of how significant the occupation is. The novelty value of the occupation being the first thing to recognise is a challenge, because it doesn't necessarily pick up on the other heritage values associated with places if we just start listing properties that they're the first one of a particular kind to be recognised. And there may be other more appropriate ways to recognise the history of state housing, and hence why we would support a thematic analysis being done of state housing in Dunedin, so we can understand which values the community actually want to support and want to see protected over time. Certainly in Dunedin, Pine Hill or Liberton as it is, isn't the most recognisable area for housing in that area. It was one of two being developed as the first area. It slightly pipped Wakari as the first area to be homed, but there were also other homes going in at the time. There was quite a significant house that was built in the same period by the state as one of the first state houses for the quads that were born, and the state built a particular home up in Musselburgh Rise, I believe. So the values, what we're trying to say in our, what I sort of covered in my evidence, is that there are heritage values, yes, but it's not necessarily that you should list the first property and that may not be an appropriate recognition under Section 6F of the RMA. And that's why we also would encourage the DCC, when making its assessments, to look at the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement, as well as the guidelines for significance assessment released by Heritage New Zealand.
Thanks. Because what can I ask you the next question? You say you have 1,500 homes, and a lot of them are on fairly oversized sections, and they were built through a fairly standard period. So I guess one thing would be hard to stand out architecturally in a state house, wouldn't it, in a state house neighbourhood, because they pretty much were 4 designs at best, repeated over and over again. But against your 1,500 houses, and with the knowledge that we have in Port Chalmers, demolished houses with no building going on at the moment, how would preserving this house affect Kaingora's ability to generate and deliver housing for the Dunedin area now, considering you already have sections that are empty that are not working on at the moment?
Certainly. So we are making progress with our investment program across Dunedin. There are sections, I admit, that are vacant at the moment, that are going through a process of deciding what their future is. There is still a program of works delivering new homes in Dunedin that we have underway, and some sites are still to be decided upon. But I'd also point that the heritage protection isn't just about a restriction on redeveloping this one particular home. It's also providing for the current and future tenants of that home, if they were to need modifications to that house, to support the home being of a safe, decent and fit for purpose nature. We would require a resource consent if we were to have to do accessibility upgrades to the house to provide for that tenant, and the requirements of the 2GP require that you try as much as possible to replace like for like. This home too, I would say, is not a good representative example. Some of the key features of those early state houses, of which there was more than 4 designs. There was, this was house design, I think 100. So overall, I think there was 114 designs of this early era of state housing. The windows have changed, the ceiling has, the roof has changed, the chimney has been lost, so it's not a good representative example of a house from this particular era.
Thank you. And I guess to the idea of accessibility, if you've got 1,500 homes, you've presumably got 1,500 clients, and I imagine you do have ones with accessibility issues and others such where this house would not be appropriate. But would you not think that among your clients, until you'll be able to find someone who would be able to use this house?
Transfers of person to person within the homes is more challenging than it would seem. We don't have the ability to request someone move just because we need that house for another tenant. There's quite a process to go through.
I wouldn't expect you to move anybody out. I'm saying probably as that house becomes available, you could be able to move somebody in, could you not?
Absolutely. Like we do have a process of matching our tenants to the homes that we have available. But if the current tenant or a future tenant would have accessibility needs, we do have to consider their needs as part of providing housing for them.
Thank you.
Thank you, kia ora. Just got a question around, originally it says that 64 dwellings were built in the Liberton area, and I just wonder if you have any idea about how many of those buildings are still there.
It's a reasonably intact area in Liberton. There is, if you go around the streets that are there, you will see that a lot of the homes are intact. What I would say about Liberton is that not many of the homes remain in the ownership of the state, and significant modifications have occurred to many of the homes. There is a home, I think, of 3 or 4 doors down, occupied in the same day as this house, which is a much better representation of the era. It's still got its small square windows. It's still got its chimney. It doesn't have a large fence, and it still has its overall open nature to the street that 11 Wilkinson doesn't have. But I would say that, yeah, it's largely untouched as an area in terms of redevelopment because the 2GP provisions aren't quite generous enough from a redevelopment standpoint to get additional houses into Liberton. But at the same time, many of the homes that are there are extensively modified from their original 1930s condition.
Thank you.
I just wanted to explore a little bit more about the statement you make at the bottom of the summary statement that if this particular house was scheduled, it would affect KO's ability to fulfil its public housing mandate. And on your own evidence, you got 1,500 houses. This one, on your own evidence, has been in 1921 extensively renovated. Ventilation, capping, heat pumps, modified roofs, etc. So I just want, how realistic is it that scheduling this one house out of 1,500, given its renovated state, is going to preclude KO from fulfilling its public housing mandate?
I would probably turn to that it's not just one house per se. It's the process that has been followed to determine that this house is significant that we are also concerned about. Whilst there are implications from having a listed property, and I've been following along with the proceedings, and you've heard ad nauseum about those implications on a private owner. From us, we of course have a wider portfolio where we can manage it across a whole portfolio, but this idea that we should be listing properties on this basis, we really want to robustly test because, as Councillor O'Malley pointed out, why not list properties in every single region of New Zealand as the first? And there were many firsts across what is now Dunedin City Council. There was the first, of course, in Mosgiel and other areas. And I think that gets to the point that this is denigrating away from what is heritage significant and what should be protected. So there are implications when one example is held up as being able to be listed and then copied across other regions as well. So it does affect our housing mandate as we move forward if heritage protection starts becoming a significantly looser criteria for establishing significance.
Yeah, that's a very long answer to a question I didn't actually ask. What I'm actually interested in knowing from you is how would listing this one house out of your 1,500 houses, given its renovated state, mean that KO could not fulfil its public housing mandate? Because I'm not hearing an answer to that question.
If the home is listed, it does impact our management of a property.
Mm-hmm.
And when we manage that property, as I've kind of alluded to, we have to be very careful about the tenants that we place in a property, and how we manage that property in line with the government expectations of Kāinga Ora to operate as effectively and efficiently as possible. As I've alluded to there, if there was, say, upgrades required to the homes or maintenance required to the home, we have to operate within the Tenancies Act, and we have to deliver those upgrades in a reasonable time frame. And if we can't do so, we then have to move a person out of that property, and that is something that we try as best as we can to avoid. The home itself is upgraded, so it wouldn't likely need any maintenance obligations in the near-term future, or it's not likely to be a property that is up for redevelopment. So that is smaller as an impact on us.
So just want to focus on what you said at the tail end there. So given the recent renovations, I think you were saying that alterations or maintenance in the short to medium term won't be required, and nor is the site proposed to redevelopment. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Oh, sorry, and that's one more question from Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks, Mr. Neville. Actually, in your last answer before you answer to the chair, you seem to touch on precedents. You made a statement on something like if we were to pick the first house in the Dunedin area, why didn't we pick the first in Milesgill as well? But then you continued your statement on to this might continue out to the rest of the country. Is that potentially Kaingaroa's issue here?
It is an issue. It's not necessarily the issue with this particular property. In reviewing the evidence that was put forward and the material for listing, I did have a lot of concerns from the perspective of, is this robust? And that's what we've submitted on, is that we don't feel that it is robust. That then leads into more questions of, if a non-robust assessment is taken, what are the other impacts when it flows out, and what would inhibit, I guess, the proposed listing of other properties in Dunedin on similar grounds of significance.
Well, the fact that they weren't first would be a big prohibition. I mean, given that Dunedin City is now Dunedin City, Milesgill is now inside Dunedin City. So, I mean, I guess, my calculation is 1 over 1,500 is 0.06% of your housing stock is affected by this. And I'm just wondering how that, I guess it's repeating the chair's question. I hear you're saying that you're worried about the process by which this has arrived here, and that being the first does not effectively meet, in your mind, the threshold for historical significance. Is that really where we're at? That if we were to decide that it does, and it is against where you believe that it's not sufficient threshold?
Yes, I believe that, yes, it is not significant threshold to just meet it on the grounds of the first, and that's why we have directed in our evidence and our submission to utilise more robust assessment methodology, like the Heritage New Zealand's assessment criteria or the assessment criteria in the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Neville. Thanks very much for pre-circulating your written evidence, which was helpful, and for appearing this afternoon and answering our questions. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you.
And we're
Am
happy
I on air or?
Yes,
Right.
you are. So go ahead.
Oh, good afternoon. Well, I bring you some good news because I support the inclusion of Cargill Court to the DCC's schedule of protected heritage items. That's the building you can see there, right next to a very older building. I think it's about 1900s, the building next to it. But it's in a very prominent position in Dunedin. First, I'm Liz Angelo Roxburgh, and I'm an owner-occupier at Cargill Court, 27 Arthur Street, since 2011, when we bought a 2-bed unit to live in and a 1-bed unit for visitors and my husband's art studio. I've been on the management committee for 14 years, several of them as property manager, gardener and treasurer, different roles. Dunedin is renowned for its wildlife in every sense of the word, but in recent years we've come to accept Dunedin as the heritage city of New Zealand. And I support New Zealand's heritage and even played a part in retaining the former Arthur Street Infant School, which is directly opposite our building, plus my previous home, which was the 1876 former Mount Cook Roads Board building at Burke's Pass. I understand that Cargill Court is a unique example of 20th century regional modernism. Have we got another picture of it? Okay. I see Cargill Court as a heritage building of the future, really, as this mid-70s building brought change to the city. It stands boldly as a landmark above the city against the Green Town Belt and alongside the 1886 Neo-Gothic Otago Boys High School, which is a Category 1 Heritage New Zealand. Its position and design attracted me. Living there has confirmed that. Built in the mid-70s on 4 levels with 13 residential apartments. I believe it was ahead of its time. It's built on a hill with a car park and garages below, and it has spectacular, unobstructed views over a wide area of the city, the harbour, and the distant Pacific Ocean. I think it's got one of the best views in Dunedin, actually. It's fantastic. It has shared spaces consisting of 2 roof gardens, which you can see in that picture. You can see the front, the street roof garden, and a street level garden. It's quite a large one. A stairwell and elevator, and the 13 units are so designed for the views and comfort. One can live quietly without hearing or seeing neighbours, yet happily share the common spaces for social interaction. This is a front of building view opposite Arthur Street School. That image is taken from the harbour. If we could just go down a little bit, it actually shows the building. That's it. You can see on the right the Otago Boys High School lit up at night. If you just come along to the left in the centre, there's another building which has a white light on it, and that's the Cargill Court. So we've got a mixture of different ages and stages in this area, which is called City Rise, and it's part of Central City. As I said, one can live quietly without hearing or seeing close neighbours, yet happily share the common spaces for social interaction. The acclaimed architect Ted McCoy is to be congratulated on his contribution to this city, and Cargill Court itself was awarded an Enduring Architecture Award in 2021. The building is owned by the 13 apartment owners, all members of the Cargill Court body corporate. There is a management committee elected by the owners, plus an exterior company, Strata Title Administration Limited. To comply with the revised Unit Titles Act, there's been a full survey of Cargill Court by Prendos, and a long-term maintenance plan is in place. Of importance to the building are the large bespoke Crittall steel windows. They're very likely elements necessary for its structural integrity. You can actually get a better view of them on page 4 of the assessment. They're the ones with the view. Well, they're all Crittall windows, but they are the very large ones at the other side of the building. Prendos and Logic, along with specialists, before that, there was a move to replace all the windows with another material, but a recent 9-4 poll ruled this out. And Prendos and Logic, along with specialist tradespeople, recently inspected all windows and concluded that the Crittall windows are, quote, in reasonable condition for their age and worth maintaining. I should point out that these were originally, Crittall windows were made in England, and they're expected to have a 90-year life. So it's only sort of halfway through its life, and they really felt that they could be repaired. Work will begin in spring 2025, and I understand that architects at McCoy and Wixon are advising on the project. This McCoy and Wixon building is loved and admired by many. Indeed, the Cargill Court site was previously the Otago Boys High School tuck shop and remembered fondly by many of its former students. Residents of many nationalities have lived here in the past 48 years. Ages currently range from a baby, a toddler, to seniors. Some units are used as townhouses for absentee owners, some are rented. 8 of the 13 have had the same owner for over 15 years. One of them is here today, actually, representing possibly 2 units at the moment. Just a final word about the value, which seems to worry people. From my previous selling experience of a Category 2 Heritage New Zealand house, plus that of an Otago estate agent, I can assure owners that heritage status does not devalue a building. The agent, who is now working in Wanaka, I tracked her down, and she had this to say about selling heritage property. It adds value. It adds to the uniqueness and desirability. So I think that's worth spreading the word about, really. She has a great deal of experience selling property in Dunedin and in Otago. So I welcome Cargill Court as a scheduled heritage building from all perspectives, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I'll see if we have any questions for you. Councillor Barker, any questions? Jim?
Just the one. Thanks, Liz. It's right in that very last statement about heritage value and resale value. It would appear to me, one of the thoughts I have would be that if the house that was being protected was on a large section and developers who were planning to demolish it and build it would see value in it, and then of course when it was protected they wouldn't. And do you think that would be contributing to sometimes the pan analysis of sometimes houses go down in value or thought to go down in value when they get a status change? Because obviously they become unattractive to one part of the market. But your point would be that if there are people out there looking for a heritage house, or at least a house of a certain quality, that either have no impact or might even make it even slightly more attractive.
Well, I can only speak from personal experience, and our house in Mackenzie country was of no interest. In fact, they were going to set fire to it when my husband bought it and use it as fire practice. When it was known to be the Mount Cook Roseboard building, which was before they had councils, it had extra value over the years, and it became more attractive. In fact, it sold very quickly, and we had about 5 offers within a couple of weeks, so it really made a difference. So I don't know. As far as this building is concerned, I think I was attracted to it. I was sitting in a car outside Arthur Street School and looked up and thought, that's good building, it's a good design. And I actually took the opportunity to put a postcard in each owner's mailbox saying, if you ever want to sell it, please tell me. And 18 months later, when I was in Italy, one of the owners contacted me and we went from there. And so it was an attraction to the building for myself. I don't know how others were attracted to it, but as I say, with a lot of long-term owners, one has been there for 38 years, and several have been there over 15, including myself.
Would be reasonable to say that value's in the eye of the beholder?
I think so. And the fact that people love living there. You know, when they come up for sale, often they're not even advertised. It's people are sort of asking, you know, is this available?
Just one question from me. There was one submitter in opposition, Gerard and Barbara Wilkins. Are they a unit holder, do you know?
They are. I'd like to correct some of that, actually, because it did not come from the management committee, and yet it was put into the assessment. But going through that, it's on page 4. I would agree with some of the things she said, but she does say that some of the steel window joinery is rusted and do not seal adequately, and it's planned to replace the existing steel-framed windows with new aluminium joinery. Well, that is from her perspective, and that has been, that's no longer. We have actually, we're just about to start work repairing and restoring the steel windows. Okay. The exterior timber joinery, we've had steps which go from the top roof garden up to the very top roof. We've had those repaired. We never use them, but tradespeople did. They've been repaired. And in the long-term plan, there are plans to restore other parts of the wooden timber. A small section of masonry fences developed a lean. Well, yes, we're aware of that. It's not a danger. We will have an engineer's report, and then we will repaint that. The building envelope has poor thermal efficiency. Well, I think if you've got steel windows, they're not like having double glazed aluminium windows, but there are ways around it. I, for instance, and some other units have had internal double glazing. I've had mine for about 9 years, and they've been very satisfactory. The unit above me and other units, they have thick drapes, lined drapes, so they don't get the coldness that comes at night. So there are ways around it without changing the look of the windows, which you see on page 4, are very large. And we also see them as a fire escape, because they have a central hinge, they open out, so a full body could go out of that window. If we'd had double glazing, that you have to have the modern design, which means smaller windows, and they also open this way, we would not have had that exit out if there was a fire. So we're quite happy with that design, and it doesn't change the look of the building. So we feel there are ways around the thermal efficiency. Also, the building was built with this brick, but most of the units have been lined. I'm not sure if any have not been lined. We've got an owner here today. I don't think all have been lined, yes. So that makes it warmer. And also, I have a heat pump in mine, so I don't find any problem at all. But I don't think there's anything there that I would discuss. Moisture ingress issues. Well, she talks about the roof. All these things are in the long-term plan and are being addressed like any household that's of that age.
All right, thank you very much.
I have one little question that I just spotted. I just looked at the Wilkins opposing the scheduling, and they note that the aesthetics of the building are already protected through the unit title regulations. This might be a bit technical because the Heritage Advisor says it's unlikely that these regulations are in place to specifically manage the building's identified heritage values. If it's not too complex, can you just unpick that a little bit?
I'm not sure exactly what she meant, but she's probably referring to the Unit Titles Act, and she's seeing it from a landlord's perspective because she doesn't live there and has never lived there. But we do comply with the Unit Titles Act for renting, because if you cannot put a heat pump in, you can actually put a separate heater in as long as it's attached to the wall. And there were other things. I think double glazing is part of it, but if you haven't got double glazing and you can't put it in because of the structure of the building, then you're excused from that. And really, you could use the other alternatives of the retro glazing, which I've got, or the thick drapes.
So I just want to check that the majority of the unit owners support the listing.
That's a good point. I've only heard or read of 2, and Barbara's one of them, and another absentee owner was the other person, and they were questioning it because they actually they're landlords. They don't live there. In fact, neither of them have lived there. Out of the 13. I'd say most are non-committal about the heritage thing. They don't worry either way. I'll just ask the other, would you think that was how people feel?
That's a good summary.
Yes. I feel strongly about it because I love the building and would like to retain its original design. So I can't answer the question exactly because we haven't done a quiz or a poll or anything. I think, yes, 2 would be against it that I know of that would actually put it in writing, and Barbara's one of them.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much. That comes to the end of our questions. So thank you for coming in this afternoon and speaking to us and answering our questions. So the last submitter on our list is David Murray.
I meant to add it's got 90% earthquake. It's very safe.
Thank you. Hello.
Press a button.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, thank you for the opportunity to submit. My name is David Murray. I research and write about built heritage. I have been contracted to carry out assessment work in the past, but it was 10 to 15 years ago now. I'm a member of the Southern Heritage Trust, but don't hold any position within it. I mostly want to make some quite general points. The 2GP states Dunedin's heritage is central to its identity and is protected and celebrated as a core value of the city through the heritage conservation and retention of important heritage items and the maintenance and active use of built heritage. And also the elements of the environment that contribute to residents' and visitors' aesthetic appreciation for and enjoyment of the city are protected and enhanced. These include built heritage. So the city has made a commitment to built heritage that it needs to live up to. In terms of the list of scheduled buildings, there's catch up to do. And I say this because the first Dunedin district plan under the RMA became operative 30 years ago in 1995, but the only significant round of additions came with the 2GP, and it was smaller than this round. When that schedule was put together in the 90s, the risk to built heritage was seen to be more with commercial buildings and the centre city, in my observation, from the way it's made up. And the current schedule still reflects that. Over half of the residential listings are on just 4 inner city streets. Unsurprisingly for that time, there is relatively little in the way of modernist architecture, but even less than I would have expected. Without speaking to the merits of individual proposals, I will say that if the schedule is meant to protect a diversity of styles and building types, and the history and culture of the city post-World War II as well as before, then modernist buildings do need more recognition through the schedule. They have not been excluded due to a lack of examples of architectural quality or stories reflecting important historical themes. There is an opportunity to help remedy the schedule's weaknesses in terms of the suburbs and beyond. Only a quarter of scheduled buildings, or just over a quarter, are outside the CBD. Only one building is scheduled for the entirety of Maori Hill. Some of these suburbs have buildings of landmark quality, for example, prominent churches. This should elevate their case for a place in the schedule. The Kaikorai Church is very much a landmark, and although not in use for some years, the parish only closed in September last year, so now would be a good time to explore its adaptive reuse. Similar such reuse is well underway at a church in North East Valley of a similar type of construction. And heritage developer and engineer Steve McKnight has described the Maori Hill Presbyterian Church as an impressive building suitable for adaptive reuse. And I'll add that at least 8 pre-1940 Dunedin churches have been demolished since 2017. One example of a landmark within the centre city is the Hospital Psychiatric Services building. When the university in 2021 put out their vision for a health precinct on the old hospital site, it showed an open plaza on that site. It is expected that the building will become surplus to health sector requirements before long, so the time to ensure it has a future is now, not when it's at the mercy of market forces. It forms part of an important streetscape grouping with the brick buildings opposite. It should be suitable for adaptive reuse. Dunedin's best-built heritage will be eroded if it's not safeguarded in an appropriately targeted way. It is good to see that the proposed additions to the schedule look to address some of the aspects in which it currently falls short. I can see a lot of work has gone into this process and would like to thank council staff and also thank you on the panel for listening to me today. Ngā mihi.
Thank you very much. See if we have questions. Councillor Barker.
I was looking at your written submission and you talk about the work of Ted McCoy and scheduling buildings such as Cargill Court and the Archway Lecture Theatres, and yesterday we had the University of Otago who came in with shall we say, an interesting case about why they, the interpretation, I guess, of the scheduling information and the weight that they would, or we could possibly put around that, given that it's in a large group of neo-Gothic buildings, and that was part of their argument, shall I say, is that that building disrupted people's enjoyment of the earlier neo-Gothic. I just wondered, because you've mentioned the Archway Lecture Theatres in particular, about whether you might have any thoughts around that.
I can see the validity in what they're saying there, but there's different ways of looking at it. I mean, I tend to look at layers of history, so in fact having a modernist building from the 70s next can in fact enhance the heritage values of that area because it tells more of a story over time. I can see that the site isn't ideal there, and I understand that it was originally proposed to build the building further to the south on the other side, but they in fact changed the siting of the Hocken building itself, the Richardson building, and I think that influenced where they ended up building the lecture theatres.
And my next question is just around the Kaikorai Presbyterian Church. We had a question earlier about what does a landmark mean around the visibility, and I guess because you're talking from a public point of view, and this person was representing the owner, and queried about what is a landmark? Is a landmark something on a ridge, or I just couldn't quite get that one. So how would you, have you got a sort of definition of what a landmark building is from the public viewpoint?
I think there could be quite a few things that could be present or not that make it a landmark. One would be its scale relative to things around it, and that building is much taller than anything else near it. Another would be from how far away it's visible, and it's certainly, I mean, as soon as you go over the crest of the hill, it's highly visible when coming from other directions. A corner sighting is another thing that can contribute to being a landmark. Its distinctiveness in terms of architectural style or adornment or other features of it. And also just how much it resonates with people as a place that they've interacted with over many years. There are probably other things too.
I was also interested in, you talked about how many of those churches, 8 churches around that area had been demolished since 2017. And one of the things that we're thinking about is that whole Dunedin context. Do you have any idea of how many churches were built around that era?
I could give you that information, but off the top of my head, it's a little tricky. I mean, I would say, for example, in the 1920s, maybe there were a dozen churches built around, or maybe that sort of about 10 to 20 for each decade in the early 20th century is a very rough guess, but I could give you something more accurate than that if you want.
Thank you. That would actually be quite helpful, because we're talking sometimes about a mouthful of teeth, shall we say, and every little one that goes. So we would want thinking about that overall context. What was my other question? I think I've actually asked the questions that I had. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm actually going to follow up on that question that Councillor Barker asked you about the Archway Theatre, because it's been cogitating in my head at the moment as to what the university's presentation was. And I believe McCoy's he designed that building, but also designed Unicole and then the Richardson building, which I used to know as the Hocken in the day. And you made the point, which I've seen mentioned in the past in other architectural assessments, that is, you've got the modern architecture interspersed in among the old neo-Gothic. And in that regard, does the Archway, could it potentially perform an activity in terms of linking the two other buildings together, in terms of spatially sort of in between the two of them, and you've got the neo-Gothic buildings around them?
I think it certainly helps if you can see a sort of continuum happening, so things from various decades rather than just a sort of something brand new next to something very old, necessarily. I understand that the timing's is a bit interesting, because the planning for the Richardson building started before the Archway Lecture Theatres, but it was so slow that they ended up building the Archway Lecture Theatres first, but so there's overlap there.
To those neo-Gothic buildings, as we're doing the site visit yesterday, I noticed that the science block to the back of what was the Home Science building, it's called another name now, that's clearly not neo-Gothic. It's done in the same stone finish, but it's a different architecture, is it not?
Yes, Miller, White and Dunn designed that building in the early 1960s, and they made some attempt to blend in, if you like, but it's as often was the case at that time, it doesn't perhaps look especially well married.
And then the buildings to the east of the Archway are actually wooden colonial architecture. Oh, and there's a new one, but the old one right on Union Street.
Yes, and one of those houses was moved, so commendably the university saved it by shifting it.
My question was really around when the Archway was built, what the reception.
Oh, right. Well, sorry. There was a lot more. There was a real whole residential community around the university that's sort of gone. I mean, opposite the clock tower, there were various streets with houses with mostly small sections and small houses, and even sort of semi-detached type houses. But there are the houses that you mentioned are a little bit grander, perhaps. And I think that on that part of Leith Street there's a bit of a rise, so I think that made it more attractive for some of the, if you like, higher end sort of houses.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Thank you very much for coming in and making your presentation to us and answering our questions.
Thank you.
I've now reached the stage of the hearing where we've concluded hearing from submitters. So now what will happen next is the officers will do a formal right of reply report. He's still aiming for the 30th of May. So what we'll need you there to only do in that report is to indicate to us where, based on the evidence you've heard, you wish to change your original recommendations to us. We don't need you to reinforce any recommendations that you don't wish to change, so it can be like an exception-based report. So brief is better than long. And we'll see if we have any issues that the panel would like you to address in the reply report. Councillor Barker, anything you'd like the staff to address? All right, Councillor O'Malley, anything that you'd particularly like the staff to address?
Well, I would actually like that the university's evidence yesterday about Archway and the discussion I just had now to be considered in terms of, but it's probably for us to consider, so I don't know if that's for you. To be honest,
in terms of that, so what exactly do you want the staff to do?
I'm not sure, but it's probably the heritage component. It's really an architectural question about whether Archway actually fits and is interfering with the neo-Gothic architecture in the area, whether in fact the area is actually entirely neo-Gothic or in fact a mixture of architectures. Because I think that was the central point of the university's position, that it was not juxtaposed, it was actually getting in the way of the architecture. I probably do have a number of questions, but I don't know if I can get them to them right now. Could we do written questions to this by the end of business?
Yep.
Okay,
Sure.
I think I'll stick to that, if you don't mind.
The blue plaque on the one out at Mosgiel, the Holy Cross. I was just really concerned about the status of that building with the heritage places plaque on it, because obviously it's I'm going to say conglomeration of a number of buildings. So if it was to be considered that parts of it might be protected, it would be good to know just a little bit more about the 1876 building in particular. That would be helpful. Thank you.
I do remember one. Might as well give them to you as I remember them. Government agencies have requirements under other rulings or direction to be conscious of the architectural value of their buildings. Is that correct?
Yes, there's a policy from Ministry of Culture and Heritage for the management, I think it is, of historic places.
Could you flesh those out as it relates to both the FENS and the New Zealand Defence Force submissions?
Yes, we can.
All right, so we look forward to receiving the reply report in due course. I'm sure you'll be aware of the need to be mindful about not introducing substantive new evidence at this stage. Your job now is to respond to things you've heard and the evidence of others, and not to look to bolster up your original recommendations necessarily. So just a word of caution there. And other than that, we're now adjourned, and we will be delivering our recommendation report to the council for its consideration in due course, sometime after we receive the reply report. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day, everyone.